Test, test, test. Am I live? Looks good. Okay, so I'm catching up with blog posts. I'll have to do 2 of them. I made some notes somewhere. Yeah, here. Okay, this one is finished. This one is finished. But this one has to go up. Rediscover. Okay. I have yet to find a good way to copy and paste an Arch Linux. Okay. No, it's not that bad. Okay, the title is well, it's about the game setting. And the title could be Fixing the Game's Setting. Could be Deciding the World's Setting. I think that's okay. We're setting the world. I mean, the world's fantasy setting. I realized it's time to finally settle on a setting and theme for the game. Having decided on fantasy a long time ago, I was still unsure about the subgenre the game would fall into. Scouring the internet, I rediscovered Robert E. Howard's stories from the 1930s, like Conan the Barbarian, and it immediately became clear how good of a match these settings are. Dark, mysterious, and always centered on the hero's journey, closely tracking his every move. So from now on, Stogen RL. Well, that's bad. So I decided to make Stogen RL make the stories told in Stogen RL take place to make the stories take place in a sword and sorcery world. Settle on a sword and sorcery. I didn't really scour the internet or surfing the internet, but searching the internet for fantasy stories. I rediscovered Robert E. Howard stories. It immediately became clear good how well these settings match the game's theme. Hey Andre, how are you doing? I discovered Robert E. Howard's stories. Most famous of them being Conan the Barbarian, it immediately became clear. Currently at work doing SQL queries. Sounds fun. It became clear. While reading one of Howard's short stories, I realized how well these settings match the game's theme. The world's dark and mysterious. The action always centered on the hero. Closely tracking his every move, so I decided to make the stories told in Sturgeon RL take place in a sword and sorcery world. One where where's my documents? Masculine, two-fisted historical adventure stories. Often morally compromised heroes. I mean, I could just copy that. Okay, so I I took this from a book about sword and sorcery, and it describes what the fantasy genre is. And it says here, it's a masculine, two-fisted historical adventure story of morally compromised heroes in search of plunder and wealth, trying to save their own skins as they plunge headlong from one fast-paced adventure into the next. Plots set in grounded, quasi-historical and/or impossibly ancient prehistorical settings, peopled with scheming kings, dark sorcerers, and scantily clad nubile women that are short and episodic in nature. I can't remember if I wrote this, but the text is definitely not from me. It could be a summary I made, so I can't take it verbatim, but at least some of it. One where mercenary and morally, oops, this is not Vim. Mercenary often morally compromised heroes search for wealth, trying to save their own skin. They're searching for wealth, trying to save their own skin as they plunge headlong from one venture to the next. A world where slavery, okay. That's about the heroes. And a sentence about the world. Where problems are simple. Such a world, gleaming cities raise their shining spires against the stars. Sorcerers cast sinister spells from their lairs. Monsters crash through forests. And the fate of kingdoms are balanced on knife's edge. Okay. Magic does not follow logical rules or rational train of thought. But serves only where am I? Only chaos. This, but I can't read my own handwriting again. Chaos, duplicity, and entropy. Okay, that's magic. where elites are unfit and hereditary. Slothful and corrupt. Where just cosmic pessimism. Okay. Where death, decay, and unexplained forces of chaos. Interrupting. Interrupt at random. It's differentiated from historical fiction with the inclusion of supernatural elements, often set directly in historical periods, with clear analogues to the places of the real world, to places in the real world, but not locating anywhere specifically. Okay. Where not where, but set in well, what time is it set in? I think maybe. Well, the question is either Iron Age or the early Middle Ages. But I think Iron Age sounds more fun. But then, well, you can have castles in the Iron Age, can't you? I mean, it's not that strict anyway. So I'll just say it's set in an early historic period. Actually, I did think about where it is, where it takes place, where on Earth. I can't remember. Well, I know that it's cold, so that means probably I don't know, maybe Norway, Sweden, northern Russia, northern Canada. Historic period with the northern parts of Earth. And I think that's good enough. Okay, the World War mercenary of morally compromised heroes searching for wealth, trying to save their own skin as they plunge headlong. Okay, that doesn't make sense. This sentence. World War mercenary of morally compromised heroes search for wealth, trying to save their own skin as they plunge headlong from one adventure to the next, where sorcerers cast sinister spells from their lairs, monsters crash through forests, and the fate of kingdoms are balanced on knife's edge. Where magic does not follow logical rules or rational train of thought, but serves only chaos, duplicity, and entropy. Where elites are unfit and hereditary, slothful and corrupt. Where death, decay, and unexplained forces of chaos interrupt at random. All in a early historic period in the northern parts of Earth. I decided to make the story take place in the sword and sorcery world. Okay, I mean that's fine. Okay. I don't like the gap here. So let me just fix that real quick. That is... that work? No. Of course not. Okay. For each topic, border left, padding left, there is... nope. Wrong one. Oh, here. All right. Then I guess one more. And this one about the last couple of days. With creating the website. But I'm not sure if that's all that relevant. And I'm not sure if what I have amounts to another blog post. So maybe I'll just move on to what I wanted to do today, and that is creating or coming up with new features, which I've fallen behind on the time scale, so on my plan. So I think I'll do that. But I think first I'll make myself another coffee because I'm tired for some reason. So actually, with the third blog post I wanted to make, all I have is I came up with a small marketing strategy. I created a schema for it. I created all the social accounts and I created the website and the forum. I don't think that I'm not sure if that's worthy of an update post. Maybe. I'm imagining someone not liking something, so this would be the place to raise that issue. But it's super early, and yeah, there'll be changes to the website in the future, so I could write about the move to Linux, but that's not really that interesting. I added SDL controller support, but that's in the changelog. So yeah, I think as it comes to the game, as it pertains to the game, these two are pretty much sufficient for now, I think. Okay. So let's make some features. For that, I'll need my cards. I'll need the terminal. And we have 185 5. Come on. Why can't I start the prompt here? Oh, okay, capital G. Good to know. So first one is an attractor feature. Okay, these are the keywords. This is the description of what an attractor is, so I remember. An attractor is a repeatable, intriguing, and promising piece of knowledge the player learns about. It compels the player to look to the world to receive a promised reward that will award gain or relief. It is the main tool to bring the player on track to a new adventure. Okay, and its qualities are interest and progress, and its requirements are pertinence, choice, and satisfaction. This is the prompt I need. 86. And this is the prompt. Intriguing repeat introduction to an encounter about impossibility of snow involving a range. Okay, impossibility of snow, that could be snow melting. Let's just write that down. Involving range. Intriguing repeat introduction to an encounter about melting snow involving range. Okay, it could be a field of melted snow, circles stretching into the distance. Triggering repeat introduction. What repeats? Compels the player to look to the world to receive a promised reward. Okay. So the reward has to be semi-known. Field of melted snow circles. Boo. And it's repeatable. Repeatable means it can be placed procedurally anywhere in the world. So it's just one snow circle. Melted snow circle. Repeat introduction. Involving range. Circle. This one's not easy. But why is there... Wait a second. This is false. Okay. I'll have to revert that. and check the code. And test 2, test 3. Oh, okay. That's stupid. I'm calling test again, expecting the same result, but that's not what test does. Oh no. What's the fastest fix for that? Okay, there's a stupid malloc here that leaks memory, but that's fine. I copy. I have a string buffer here where the result is copied into. And that buffer changes every time you call the function. So let me test. These test calls can all be done once, I guess. I just need a table of 5, 6 entries, and then TV2. Okay, are there any more tests? Any more indices? I don't think so. RV. Oh, come on, okay. Chat. Okay. So I'll just replace these function calls. Well, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Nope, it's 9. DB. Not here. Almost done. Okay, let's try that again. Features. And it's patch. Oh, wrong one. Patch perception. Exhaust. Wonder. And the first one is missing. Okay, complete. Possibility. Range. And bog. That looks much better. Okay. 186. And the same thing again. Okay. This is of course, yes. This is of course now another prompt. So no snow circles. Okay, intriguing divide introduction to an encounter about subtext of mud involving dodging. Okay. Oh god, that one's hard. Okay, subtext of mud. Subtext of mud. All I can think of are the orcs in Lord of the Rings. But that's not a subtext. Okay, if it's too hard, I'll just restart and hope for something better. Intriguing prioritize introduction to an encounter about underpinnings of mud. Again, mud. Involving dodging. Dodging again, okay. I mean, that's random. Underpinnings of mud. What are underpinnings of mud? You can only think of earthenware. Triggering prioritize introduction to an encounter about underpinnings of mud involving dodging. Okay, someone was at a mud pit used for making earthenware and prioritize introduction. Okay, someone thinks this is the best mud pit in the land for making earthenware. Well, but can I place this mud pit anywhere in the world? I don't think so. So it's not a mud pit, but it's earthenware made from the best clay pit. Made in the region of the finest clay imported from. Okay, prioritize. Well, that's not really covered now. So someone prioritized this earthenware. Maybe when they had to pack up their belongings, they took this earthenware. Saved as a prized possession. Saved from. Well, saved from what? From a fire? I mean, fire is. Sure, but it's a bit boring. Saved from. Well, okay, it can be boring now. I will go over these a second time. So, saved from. Saved from looters? Not sure. Saved from robbers. Saved from robbers. Excuse me. Saved from robbers. Involving dodging. Okay. But where does it attract to? Okay, so it's not. The region is not abroad. It is within reach somewhere. Earthenware imported from the region of the finest clay. Earthenware made in the famous clay pits of finest clay. Prize possession saved from robbers. Maybe the player has to return it. Or at least learn where it is. This region. These clay pits. Prioritize introduction. Wow. These are really hard. They're not usually that hard. Intriguing. I mean, you could meet someone that saved this pottery. And they tell you to bring it back. Tell you to... Oh, it's shattered. It's shattered. And they want you to bring it back to get it repaired. Does that make sense? Still thinking about the snow circles, but this is completely different now. Okay, shattered earthenware within the famous clay pits. Prize possession of its owner destroyed. Okay, dodging. It shattered, so maybe it stopped a blow. Destroyed when used to as a defense against robbers. Earthenware shattered. Its owner too old to make the trip to get it repaired, but speaks of its great value. I think that's enough. Yes. Oops. Okay, next one. Patch, conflict, exhaust, wonder. Okay. Add rocks of expectation, meaningful story of crime and list. Okay, this sounds much more easy. So rocks of expectation is probably a big rock that is about to fall, and their crime and list, kind of list. Crumbling cliff. Rocks of expectation. Okay, I think there's a dead body lying at the foot of the cliff. And it has a list on it. And the list well, question is it the killer or is it a victim? If it's a victim, then that list could be anything. It could be a shopping list, but that's not meaningful. So if it's the killer, it could be a list of targets. It could be okay, a binder is a repeatable, calm environmental feature or encounter that builds interest, immersion, meaning, and attachment to the world, yielding nothing but color. It glues the world together, it makes it cohere with gameplay while telling a story that emotionally resonates with the player, all while staying relevant to the player's current larger goals. Okay. So it's a scene. A scene of world building. So a body lying at the foot of a crumbling cliff has to tie in with larger themes. Okay, maybe what if there's nobody? Maybe that's easier. Crumbling cliff. With a chest containing a list of dwellings that, if visited, a list of locations, all houses that have been list of locations all over, located in the world, all houses where valuable gemstones have been stashed all the are from a large heist on the I mean, that's enough. Okay, coherence, resonance, relevance. Well, now I've made an attractor. This, I'm stupid. Well, whatever. Okay, I'll take another quick break. Just because I'm so tired. Don't know why. But yeah. I'll be right back. Lack of sleep? Maybe. I mean, I had 6 hours. I think it's more the big dinner I had. Just ate too much. Okay, let's log in. So, apparel, a mechanic or object. What I had for dinner? Fish and chips. Fish and chips. Did you have dinner already, Andre? Mechanic or object putting the play in danger by posing a clear possibility of failure, raising the perceived stakes by announcing itself beforehand. Moves to overcome these dangers are gained and improved by players over the course of the game. Oops, afternoon here. Oh, okay. Failure will result in loss, dilemma, or death. Okay. So what have I to work with? Dangerous shield with clue based in worry. Oh no. Maybe a dangerous shield with clue based in worry, threatening vision, failure. Based in a worry. A shield based in worry. Sounds interesting. Okay, so basically it's something a monster does when it worries, probably because it's hurt. It's a shield that threatens vision failure. So maybe like an octopus, it squirts ink. It sounds like something an octopus would do when it worries. With a clue, so it changes its behavior. And it has to be a clear possibility of failure, so you have to step away. But what kind of... I mean, I could just add an octopus enemy. A land octopus enemy. And that would be its octopus enemy that when badly injured, what does it do? Has to do something for at least 1 or 2 turns, so you can see what's happening. Badly injured, maybe it balls up. Forms a ball. And shortly after squirts ink on all adjacent tiles, blinding targets for a limited amount of time. Danger, challenge, predictability, consequence. Yeah, that's all there. All right. Oops. 189. Hello? Yeah. Another one down. Gear, battle, reveal, wonder, and I messed up. Amplifier, gear, battle, reveal, wonder. Okay. A uncertain board by lamp. Basic subtext to complicate or pressure evade. Why am I digitalizing the cards? Well, I'm done digitalizing the cards. So these are all the cards I'm planning, or I was planning on doing by hand. But now that I've decided to stream, I'm moving them all into the computer, which has the added benefit of them being searchable, because the plan is so these are all the feature cards as you've seen. I'm planning on creating systems from them, game systems. So when you see these keywords here, like gear, battle, reveal, wonder, evade, board, these are all subjects that the features can be categorized into. And so I can, when they're all in the computer as files, I can just grab them for, let's say, battle, and then I have all the features that have battle in them, and then I can look at them all and bring them into a whole. You can think about like making a music album. You have 50 songs and you want to make an album, so you condense it down to 10 songs that all mesh well with each other. And because it's all text, I can also mend the features so they match each other more. So that's the plan. And doing it all by hand has the benefit that I don't have to look at a computer. But sorting these cards by these keywords by hand, you can imagine that this takes a whole lot of time. And I've made some napkin calculations, and just bringing the cards into the computer is less time than having to sort them all by each category afterwards. So it's basically a win-win. And all the cards are digitized, all the ones I have, and now I'm adding new cards. So yeah, it was pretty quick. Took like 2 days to write them up in the computer, the ones I had. Yeah. All right. Okay, an uncertain board by lamp. That doesn't make sense. Based in subtext to complicate or pressure evade. Complicating evade means you're slowed down. Slowing down hero. Uncertain board by lamp. That sounds like an Indiana Jones puzzle. Uncertain board by a lamp. Based in subtext. A board based in subtext. Oh wow. Okay. So a subtext of lamp. Could mean that you're blind to something obvious. Maybe. The board. An uncertain board. Lamp based in subtext. Okay, I think it's a room. Oh no, it's a background mechanic. Okay. So it can't be situated somewhere. Uncertain board by lamp based in subtext. Okay, so this may be regions where the lamp works differently. Slowing you down. Slowing me down would mean it's dimmer. Blind to something obvious based in subtext. Based in. Okay, blind to something obvious. Oh wow. Complicate or pressure evade. I mean, yeah. When the lamps are dimmed, that certainly is the case. Regions where the lamp works differently. Because the hero is blind to something obvious. Regions where lamps are dimmed. Slowing down the hero. There are regions in the world where lamps are dimmed. Slowing down the hero. Because he's blind. Something obvious. Maybe there's a better subtext to a lamp. There are regions in the world where lamps are dimmed, slowing down the hero because of okay, temples underground. All right. Okay, attractor. Intriguing. Prioritize introduction to an encounter about independence of road involving rules. The independence of road. Independence of road. What is an independence of road? Maybe. How can a road depend? For a road to work, it mustn't be. I mean, there could be landslides. It could be overgrown with vegetation. Okay, let's write that down. Vegetation, landslide, clearing of in road Prioritize introduction. Involving rules. Okay, standing. Okay, so what's the piece of knowledge that takes you out into the world? So I imagine there's a guy clearing up. Hey, Kara. Fine, thanks. I'm building a game. Currently, I'm creating new features. So I have a prompt up here with cryptic language, and I'm trying to make sense of it. Currently it runs on Linux, but it could run on anything, really. So a guy clearing up a road. PC. Clearing up a road. Says prioritize. I'll be here being your shadow, listening and watching. Thanks. Thanks, dude. You're very welcome being my shadow. Guy clearing road of vegetation landslide. Says, what does he say? Well, maybe it's more than one guy. Group of men clearing the road of not a landslide. There's not really mountains in the game. Clearing a road of vegetation. Says they have been attacked by witches for clearing a path toward their hideout. Maybe. For the road leads toward their hideout. I mean, there's an attractor right there. It tells you that there are witches nearby. But that's not really prioritized in the prompt, but that's not that important. Okay, interest progress. pertinence, choice satisfaction. I think that's fine. With a small path leading through for small path already cleared. Okay. Group of men clearing road. Okay. Okay, next one. Bind, water, tech, exhaust, freedom. Okay. A weather of changes. Nee, at weather of changes. A meaningful story of trade and plan. That's a nice prompt for a change. At weather of changes. Okay. A meaningful story of trade and plan. Thanks, Andre. Have a good ride home. At weather of changes. What are weathers of change? Hoo. Weather of changes. I mean, it could be a fog. Because fog often appears at dusk and dawn. A meaningful story of trade and plan. Oh wow, this is so open. That's not easy. Okay. Repeatable. Well, this feature has to be placeable all over the world, so fog is pretty bad because it'll affect everything around it. Okay, weather of changes. What else is there? I mean, that's what's more localized than fog. Or maybe there are times when it is just foggy. All over the world. That would make sense. And this feature only happens when it's foggy. Okay, in foggy weather. So this brings with it a weather system, but that was planned anyway, so that's fine. In foggy weather, a meaningful story of trade and plan. Okay, immediately I think of opposing villages where two people meet in secret to trade medicine or something. Bum, bum, bum. I think that's fine, actually. But well, if I have to place it anywhere in the world, that makes it more different, more difficult. So it has to be a trade of people that could do that trade anywhere. And there has to be a plan too. Okay. Okay, they plan to... Well, no. I just thought of a young couple running away together, making plans for that. But, oh, a trade. They could buy a boat. Oh, this could work. It's a young couple, like Romeo and Juliet, meeting in the fog, trading money so he can hire a boatsman, and they plan to run away together the following night, for example. Okay. In foggy weather, two young lovers meet. Excuse me. Two young lovers meet to exchange money for a trade with the boatsman to take them away from the hateful families in the coming night. Oops, what did I do? Okay. I like that. Okay. Next one. Expansion. Okay, peril. What? Why is this attractor? NPC agility. I mean, it's all correct, but not the. Oh, that's bad. I'll have to fix that. Yep. Attractor. Yeah, that's a stupid mistake. Bind. Attractor. Amplifier. Parallel. And let's rebuild that. Parallel FC agility. Place expansion. Okay, that works. Okay, I started with 182. Maybe. I think so. Soldiers outside. Cove resting. No, I had the 186 maybe. Yeah, I did that one today. Okay, can I infer from the text what kind of feature it was? Earthenware made the famous clay pits of fame. Shattered when used. One or two old to make the trip. Okay, that's an attractor. Okay, 178. Crumbling cliff. Oh, that's a binder. Okay, that is correct here. Octopus enemy. Okay, that's a peril. Yes. Yeah, pretty sure. Okay. 189. There are regions in the world where, okay, that's an amplifier. 190. Group of men clearing. That's an attractor. 191. That's a binder. Okay. 192. And we're here. Okay. Okay. A dangerous lawful NPC with priority based in region. Wow. A dangerous lawful with priority based in region, threatening critical failure. Oh, okay. My goodness. Dangerous lawful based in region, threatening critical failure. I mean, critical failure could maybe be blocking or armor, special armor. Dangerous lawful NPC with priority based in region. With priority. dangerous lawful NPC with priority based in region. So they're protecting something. This could just be a real heavy-duty guard. But what are they? What are the regions? Is it priority based in region? Lawful. Is that a language you develop or a prompt? This is just a prompt. So the upper part of the window is the prompt, and that's just a program I wrote, a really stupid program to spit out these prompts. And everything above is just for me a reminder to what I'm doing because I'm pretty forgetful. So this is the prompt I'm working with, and here below is a file where I write the features into. Yeah. And sometimes they're pretty hard, these prompts. So they're basically just keywords I came up with what I want to have in the game. And this string here is just generated based on that and randomness and what I what I type into it. Yeah. It's basically just a way for me to come up with features that have some kind of connection to the rest of the features. Okay, so let's say they're guards, heavy duty, heavily armored guards. Patrolling around sites in the world. The Templars deem important. Their armor prevents or reduces the chance of critical strikes. Okay. Wait. No, that's pretty bad. There has to be a chance. There has to be a clear possibility of failure. Maybe aggroing them is failure enough. Maybe they have an attack that injures your hero so that he can perform critical strikes for a period of time. But how would you avoid that? Or failure could be that you're detected. Maybe they're invincible. That sounds better. So being aggroed would be the failure. The armored guards patrolling. Armor prevents all physical damage. But they are very slow and lose sight of an attacker very easily. But maybe they can slow you down. So that's a clear failure. Should the hero get too close, they will I did have the bone breaking attacks. Maybe they can do that too. That's too harsh a punishment, maybe. But fine. Possibly breaking the hero's bones. Okay, that's much better. Agility. Okay, that I had that one. Amplifier. NPC discover place freedom. Okay, amplifier. a uncertain put by a lawful placed in choices to complicate or pressure or locate. Oh wow. It's another hard one. Uncertain put by lawful based in choices. Okay, let's take it step by step. Complicate or pressure locate. Locate. That's sight, hearing, or smell. Uncertain put by lawful based in choices. Uncertain put. Okay, so they put something on the floor, maybe? By lawful. Let's just call him a knight. Or it could be a settler. But are settlers neutral? I think so. Okay, knight. Put on the floor by knight. Based in choices. So depending on whether you behaved or not. Based in choices. Well, does this... Are the choices those by the player? Uncertain put. Uncertain, okay. Something or other put on the floor by knight based on or based in choices. So I could say if the hero has a bad reputation, they might not place that stuff on the floor or put anywhere based on choices. I mean, that makes sense. Based on reputation of hero with faction, lawful faction. This is an amplifier, so it has to pressure the player. Based in reputation. Complicate or pressure locate. Okay, I mean, they could just spit on you as you're walking by if you have bad reputation. Or throw something at you. like bad vegetables. All right, Kara. And so that could work. To complicate or pressure locate. I mean, if they throw something smelly at you, maybe the wildlife you wanted to track can smell you and won't spawn in. That's actually pretty fun. Like being smelly as a flag. Okay, based on reputation of hero with unlawful faction, its members may throw rotten food at them, or worse, food at them, making or worse. Let's just finish this thought. Being hit with smelly items will cause the player to stink, making some people refuse to talk, refuse conversation, and wildlife to not spawn in. Now, is that complication enough? I'll also take a short break. Be right back. I was muted, yes. I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you doing? Welcome back. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, in ancient prison, the disappeared prisoners worked to fulfill the vast need for parchment and imprinted a watermark with a list of their names into them. This is bad English, but if it gets the meaning across it, that's fine. Which spread amongst the well, what did this watermark do? In prison. Came to the attention of the people. Causing, well, what did it cause? Riots? What's one measure below riot? Can't think of it. Let's just call it riot. Okay. Attachment, coherence, resonance, relevance, labor list, conduct dungeon. Okay, next one. Parallel NPC constitution. Place freedom. A dangerous, lawless with priority based in independence, threatening defense, failure. Okay. So that sounds like a bandit. Okay, this is a peril, so there has to be a clear possibility of failure, which is not directly apparent from this prompt. Threatening defense failure is basically anything. Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's not a good prompt. Let's try another one. Dangerous evil with program based in choices, threatening courage failure. That's much easier. Okay. So evil with program. So it's some kind of monster, I guess. Monster with program. So can maybe shapeshift based in choices. Maybe it looks differently depending on your conduct. And it's threatening courage failure. This is pretty interesting. Threatening courage failure means it reveals itself to you. And if you have not attacked it before it does so, you are feared. Which means your character takes over and runs away, I guess. Okay, it shapeshifts into someone shapeshifts into person depending on your conduct. Speaks with, well, I should write hero. Okay, an evil monster that shapeshifts into different humans depending on the hero's conduct. Speaks with him. And finally reveals its true form, fearing instilling, is that a word? Causing a deep sense of horror in the hero that can only be avoided if the monster is attacked before it shifts into before it loses its human form. The conversation gives clues that this is not a human speaking. Okay. Failure is pretty clear. Announcement is pretty clear. I mean, it's good enough for now. It's weird that this monster just appears out of the blue, which kind of gives it away, but that's a problem for next time. For when I consolidate all the game systems. I'll have to go over these anyway. But it's a good start. Okay, 197. Amplifier, NPC, battle, place, expansion. Okay, a uncertain lock by lawful, based in life, to complicate pressure skirt. Okay. This sounds complicated. Uncertain lock by lawful, based in life, to complicate or pressure skirt. I mean, if they're locking the town gate, then does that complicate skirting it? It's not really. What can you lock that so that you can't go around? This doesn't make sense. Okay, complicated pressure skirt in battle. So a uncertain lock to complicate a pressure skirt. So it's basically a shackle. It's a guard throwing a chain to shackle you. So you can't skirt around him. You have to confront him. That sounds pretty good. Uncertain. Okay, uncertain, yeah, they do that sometimes, but not always. But based in life. That's weird. A lock based in life. What is a lock based in life? And they can't use magic. Because in this world, nobody controls magic. Uncertain lock based in life. What is the ball and chain equivalence to life? What is it? Marriage? Cards marry you? so you can't run away. That's pretty funny. Uncertain lock based in life. Maybe a chain made out of a living thing. Oh, this is hard. I could swap this out live. I think I'll do that. But where? That's not it. I have to look at my list. And the 5,000 pieces of paper I have. Hello. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is expansion. So I could also swap life out for tail or people. So an uncertain lock based in tail. That's not good. Uncertain lock based in people. Not that good. Uncertain lock based in change. Uncertain lock based in region. I think region is the best one. But they would use iron chains in all regions. Well, maybe a whip somewhere else. Okay, let's just swap this out. Region. Okay, so it's guards. What kind of guards? Are there other lawful NPCs? Or maybe it's more like A Link to the Past, where there are these armored guards that swing what are they called? Flails, where they swing the flails. So it's a kind of guard. Let's just call them chain guards. Chain guards with a whip like chain. Swinging whip like chain may may lock the hero to themselves in the first moment when they first enter range. In some regions, the iron chain might be a a lasso, not really. A whip. Well, that's enough. Might be a whip. Okay, complicate or pressure skirt. This prevents the hero. This catches the hero and prevents them prevents him from skirting the guard. Okay. Lock lawful region skirt. For a limited amount of time. Or is it limited? Till it breaks after landing a couple of blows. All right. All right. Attractor, water, constitution, battle, deep. Intriguing loot introduction to an encounter about conduct of source involving courage. Conduct of source. What? Intriguing loot introduction to an encounter about conduct of source involving courage. Conduct of source. Okay. This could be fun. So conduct of source, a water source, means it's welling and ebbing. Loot means probably that there's a treasure. And involving courage means somebody has to go down there when the water has drained to get the treasure. So that's pretty cool. But is it the place you learn about it, or does someone in the world guide you there? A repeatable, intriguing, promising piece of knowledge. Okay, repeatable means this is not where the well is, but it's someone else talking about the well. It compels the player to look to the world to receive a promised reward that will award gain or relief. It is the main tool to bring the player on track to a new adventure. Okay, so who's talking about this? Let's just write the story down. Well, that apps and right. Water hole, that apps, water spring, apps and wells once every water spring that apps very seldomly, but then reveals a deep shaft in which many have rumored a treasure. Is that correct English? I don't know. Reveals a deep shaft in which many have rumored a treasure. So who's talking about it? Okay, it has a conduct, so it has done something. Water spring that absolutely reveals a deep shaft which many have rumored a treasure. There are stories that a whole dozen treasure hunters got swallowed up trying to lift a large and heavy chest. One story tells of a dozen treasure hunters that got swallowed up while trying to lift a large and heavy chest. So I could put this story in a book or have somebody say it. I mean, that's the easiest option. I just have somebody in the world or a select number of people in the world, NPCs in the world, tell it to the player if they ask. So I think I'll do that. So person talks, person tells player of a water spring that has here from where the treasure. Once story tells some say a whole dozen treasure hunters got swallowed up while trying to lift a large and heavy chest. Okay, that's good enough for me. Let's check if it fulfills the heuristics. Interest, progress, pertinence, choice, satisfaction. Well, pertinence, not really. But that's fine. It's not the most important metric. Okay, next one. Binder, depth, tech, exhaust, wonder. Excuse me. Okay, add crypt of impossibility, a meaningful story of magic and divide. That sounds fun. Add crypt of impossibility. What is an impossible crypt? One where people are not dead but living. But that's more an opposite crypt, not a crypt of impossibility. But that's true. Crypt is... What's impossible in a crypt? I mean, I could just fill it with undead. And that's about it. But this is a binder. So... an encounter that builds interest and immersion. So... a meaningful story of magic and divide. Wow. That's pretty hard. So let's say it's a crypt of undead. What then is a meaningful story of magic and divide? What can you divide in a crypt? Divide the people into living and dead, or maybe, okay, this could be cool. Maybe there's yeah, it's fine if the crypt is full of undead, but then there's a remote room, and in this room lives a mummified person that has been reanimated and is completely normal, but they can't leave the crypt, else they'll die again. And somebody did this to them, which is the magic. And the divide, let's just write that down. In room, in back room of crypt, living dead, an actual living dead, fully sentient and talkative. Having been revived with old magic so long ago that they don't remember. But they were told never to leave the crypt, or else the spell would fade forever. Wow, this is a great prompt. At least one where many ideas come to my mind. You could give them a letter from the person that revived them, and they are long dead. Like, it could have been a parent, but the parent in the meantime died because they were revived like 200 years ago or something like that. That's pretty cool. I like this one. Okay, number 200. They said it couldn't be done. Actually, nobody said that. Obstacle, agility, take, wonder. Dangerous darkness with reduce. Based in subtext. Threatening speed failure. Okay. Dangerous darkness with reduce. Based in subtext. Threatening speed failure. That sounds pretty good. Alright, I'll take a short break and be right back. And I'll remember to unmute next time. Thanks, Kara. See you then. Okay, so a dangerous darkness with reduce. Western subtext. Oh god, this. Okay. Dangerous darkness. What is a dangerous darkness? It's a hole. Peril. Okay. Clear possibility of failure. A hole has that. So with reduce. Threatening speed. Maybe it is. Well, it can't be a dark cloud. That's lame. Dangerous darkness. Let's just run with. What's it called? A. Can't think of it. It's not a ridge. It's a. I always think of clasp, but it's not a clasp. It's. Just name it. Just call it hole for now. Hole with reduce. Basic subtext. Okay. Threatening speed. Okay, it slows you down. I mean, this sounds like a collapsing bridge. But what's missing is the subtext. Dangerous. Do I have collapsing bridges? And what is the clear possibility of failure? Okay, reduce is the tiles you can step on. But what reduces speed? Maybe a bridge is not the best thing. But I like the idea of a collapsing bridge. But why would you slow down? Because there are parts of the bridge that will collapse if you step on them, but that's instant death. Unless you fall down to a lower layer, but that's. I mean, that's actually what I would want. But then it has collapsed. So when you're getting back up, you'd have to jump over the hole. Which is possible because there is jumping over gaps. So why still would you slow down? Because, oh, okay, maybe you have to sneak across these broken parts. And what is reduce? Okay, failure mode is clear now. Let's just write that down. Collapsing bridge with over chasm. That's what I was looking for. With broken parts that need to be, that the hero needs to sneak across. It sounds familiar. I'm not sure if I already have this in another file. Collapsing bridge or chasm with broken parts that the hero needs to sneak across, or else fall through the fall down to the layer below. This has many implications. Hey Andre, welcome back. You've missed some cool features I invented, but I'll make a few more. No worries. Collapsing bridge or chasm, broken parts. Down to the layer below. Okay, this means I'll have to render both layers at the same time, which I can do. Code is there. But I'm not sure if this is not super tedious. Because when you fall down the bridge, you'll have to walk all the way back up. Does this even make sense? Could this work without the falling of the bridge? Collapsing bridge with broken parts. The hero needs to sneak across, else fall down to the layer below. I mean, I could just make the hero die if they fail, but that's insta death, and I think it's not obvious enough. So this is just frustrating. Sneaks across. Okay, maybe I have to think of something else. Not a bridge, maybe. Dangerous darkness with reduce. Best and subtext. Well, I can just add it, and maybe when I look over this again with the context of all the other features, the solution will magically reveal itself. I don't think so, but I mean, what's one feature wasted? Okay, so it's a collapsing bridge over a chasm with broken parts that the hero needs to sneak across or else fall down to either the layer below or their death. Okay, so reduce. Obviously, the bridge reduces itself by collapsing based in subtext. Collapsing bridge over chasm. What's the subtext of bridges? What could be a subtext for bridge? I mean, it connects two things. Reduce based in subtext. I mean, well, connecting two things as a subtext works still with collapsing, so that's not helpful. But if I step away from the bridge for the dangerous darkness feature, then I'm in magic territory. And that's really something special. You don't want that all over the world. Just so to keep magic something mysterious. So let's just go with the bridge. And it's, yeah, well, it's falling down to the layer below or insta dying, which is a real bad idea, but let's just run with it. Okay, next one. Amplifier, gear, improve, take, deep. Okay, it's an amplifier, complicating gameplay. A uncertain pool by armor based in history to complicate or pressure master. Oh wow. It's another heavy hitter. A uncertain pool by armor. What is a uncertain pooling by armor? I mean, the obvious thing is life leech or something like that. But that's pretty lame. To complicate master. something that excuse me, something that drains skill points. That's pretty harsh. Okay, let's roll. Let's roll again. Gear, improve. Take deep. Wrong. Amplifier, gear, improve. Take deep. Wrong window. Third try. Okay. A uncertain card by weapon based in expression to complicate a pressure upgrade. That seems doable. A uncertain card by weapon. Uncertain card. This sounds like Diablo weapon enchantments. Oh, I do have enchantments already in the game. A uncertain enchantment based in expression to complicate a pressure upgrade. Oh, I get it. So if I find a sword that's already enchanted with poison, then I can't add another enchantment. Because they already... But is that... I mean, it makes sense that you can only have one enchantment on a weapon. But why would that complicate upgrading it? Or maybe this is a weapon with an enchantment that you can't get in the game. You can't apply yourself. It's fixed on the weapon. Because it's based in expression, which means the enchantment depends on who wielded it. Does that make sense? Uncertain card by weapon. Complicated pressure upgrade. What else could a card be but an enchantment? Or maybe these cards are negative enchantments. Which you would have to remove first. But why would you not just then use a weapon without such an enchantment? Or maybe some weapons are attuned to their previous owner and you can't enchant them. This would make sense as a kind of joker weapon that's really good when you find it, but it will always stay at that power level. This sounds pretty good, actually. This sounds pretty good, actually. Okay, some weapons are attuned to their previous owner, cannot be enchanted or upgraded, but are in themselves a good choice for the hero. Until they outgrow them. All right. Okay, attractor. A repeatable, intriguing, and promising piece of knowledge the player learns about. Okay, intriguing ambush. Introduction to an encounter about independence of home, involving block. Sounds pretty interesting. Okay, but being repeatable. could complicate things. Okay, so independence of home. That could mean all kinds of things. So let's say it's the settlers defending against, what do you call it? Infiltration by witches. This is the independence of home involving block. So they're intriguing ambush introduction. Okay, so you'll have to encounter this in the wild. So it's just a group of settlers defending against infiltration by witches, which they do by ambushing them. Or are they ambushed by the witches? I mean, either way, it can't be in the hideout of the witches or the villages. It has to be somewhere in between. So maybe it's a group of settlers on their way to the witches. But what is the block? Okay, group of settlers defending against infiltration by witches by staging an ambush. But what if they... Well, this... I can't place this in the world. anywhere in the world. Because the piece of knowledge the player learns about has, in this case, has to be a location of either the witches or the settlers, which means it must happen near those places. So maybe it's not witches and settlers in the first place. So, intriguing ambush introduction to an encounter about independence of home involving block. Could this just be... I mean, home is the problem. Let me have a look if there's something better. Structure. Okay, I have ruin, road, camp, fort, castle, village. An encounter about independence of fort, castle, village. I mean, they're all the same. Independence of ruin. But maybe I'm overthinking this, because these encounters, they are randomized, but their locations are not. So I can very well put them at locations where it makes sense. So I just bamboozled myself. Okay. Let me just move all these papers. Okay. Okay, so group of settlers defending against infiltration by witches by staging an ambush, hiding near their, what did I call it? Hideout. Great, hiding near their hideout. And involving block. This is an attractor. So where is the intriguing piece of knowledge? Intriguing ambush introduction to an encounter about independence. So it's somebody telling you that those guys are about to ambush the witches. That makes much more sense. Okay. So person, no, not person, settler in village telling the hero about a group of settlers defending the village against the infiltration by witches by staging an ambush, currently hiding near their hideout. Preparing okay, interest, progress, pertinence, choice, satisfaction. I mean, you could play this out and make it possible to go to the witches and go tell on the settlers. So this is pretty open. Okay, let's check one more time. Pieces of it compels the player to look to the world. Okay. Triggering ambush introduction, yes. Well, kind of. Involving block. Okay, I forgot about the block. Settler in village town and the hero defending. Encounter involving block. Okay, so I'll just add with one having forgotten his shield at home. Okay. Good. Okay, next one. Sorry. Find structure to improve deep. Okay, binder. Feature encounter that builds interest immersion, meaning. Okay. A temple of history. No, at temple of history. A meaningful story of alone and invest. Okay. Temple of history. That's ancient library. A meaningful story of alone and invest. Manuscripts of an old man that live. I mean, he can still live there. Meaningful story of alone and invest. In ancient library. the floors and walls packed with manuscripts written by a very old man who took refuge down here after the death of his wife and became obsessed with the ancient curse, reading every single volume. Left. These decks in this hall. I think that was the fastest one yet. Now that I think about it, I think I told myself that 500 are enough to start, which is true. So that's what I'll do, which is still not sure if it's doable. Well, this is the 23rd, for me at least. Yeah, barely. 23rd, so there's 8 days left. There's 8 days left in this year. This means, well, with all the festivities, I can put in like 10 hours a day. It makes 80 hours. If nothing goes wrong. And I have, okay, let's make that minutes times 60. So I have 4,800 minutes divided by 300 features needed. It makes 16 minutes per feature. This is actually doable. Because if I time myself with a stopwatch, I can do a feature in 10 minutes. Most around 5. But that would mean nothing but features for the next 8 days. Which was my plan anyway, but I mean, it's either that or reducing the number of features I need, or I'm satisfied with. But I know that 200 is too low. And maybe 500 too. It's also too low. I mean, $500 should be enough. That's more than double what I have now. And let's just try grabbing. Okay, so I have, let's just check this real quick. I can just check the broader categories. That is agility. That is, oh wow. Could you count this for me? Please grab. Count, please. Minus C, okay. I don't want the occurrences. Suppress number, set print count of matching lines. Nope. Describe not. Oh, okay. I mean, it makes sense. I can just pipe it into WC. $27. That is, I mean, that makes it around 50 with 500 features. Only 19 line. Let's check. Connect 4. I mean, that's fine. Battle 47. Okay, wow. Then I have conflict. Only 12. Why are there only 12 here? Constitution 25. Well, I think that makes sense. Deep 68. Wow. Okay. I'm not quite sure what these discrepancies are. Doing with 17, okay. Exhaust 48. expansion. Factions. Freedom. Gear. Okay. What else is interesting? NPC maybe? $37, okay. Reveal, structure, take, wonder. I mean, if you take these by 2 times 2, then there should be enough here to make some systems out of. But I'm not sure if this makes a playable game. So here's my plan. Sort the features by each aspect and find systems that will support the features belonging to this aspect while relating it to other aspects. That's written like a lawyer, okay. And then create hypothetical aspect chains the player will run through, which is also interesting. Just basically feature chains. Okay, anyway. Let's do some more. Peril, gear, agility, take deep. Okay. Peril, object or mechanic posing a clear possibility of failure. A dangerous tool with collect based in immersion, threatening mobility failure. Based in immersion. What does that mean? I could take it literally and say, okay, it's water. Dangerous tool with collect based in immersion, threatening mobility. Maybe it's a trap underwater? Dangerous tool. with collect based in immersion, threatening mobility failure. This sounds like a crab trap, a basket. But that's pretty lame. But that's exactly what's written there. That's funny. If you take immersion literally, that is. I mean, I could just... I mean, making swimming more interesting is a good thing. So maybe... And fish traps being dangerous can just be explained with, yeah, be aware they're dangerous. It's not that far-fetched. I mean, okay. Fish... I'm not quite sure what they're called. Fish trapping baskets. Fish and crab trapping baskets all were the found in almost every body of water. Lie on the ground and will catch the hero's foot when he steps on them. They can be easily overlooked and are dangerous to bad swimmers as they hold victims in place for a period of time. Okay, dangerous. A clear possibility is you're not looking. It announces itself, kind of. Overcoming this, well, if you're good at swimming, then you can, you won't drown just from being stuck in place for a couple of turns. Okay. Good. All right. Okay. Amplifier. A uncertain stack by lawless based in conducts to complicate oppressor research. Holy Jesus. So it's a background mechanic that complicates gameplay. So these lawless NPCs, basically bandits, have some sort of stack that pressures research. You could spin that and say, okay, research. If you're poisoned, you can't read, so they just have poison. Because complicate or pressure research. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Yeah. But based in conduct. So in so in NetHack terms, this means that the bandits have different stacks depending on whether you're vegetarian or not. What does it mean? Uncertain stack. Okay, so something has to stack and then poison you. So it's bandits, poison, based in conduct. Okay, maybe they. Maybe if you have good reputation with the bandits, they will try to tranquilize you, make you unconscious, and steal all your stuff. But if you have bad reputation with them, they'll try to kill you. Which is what conduct means. That makes sense. Okay. Poison. Sleep inducing or deadly, depending on reputation. So maybe this stack is a machine that shoots poison bolts. What else can you stack? Complicated pressure research. Wait, a stack can also be a bookshelf. But a bookshelf based in conducts? No, thank you. The uncertain stack by a lawless NPC based in conducts to complicate or pressure research. What is the stack? Okay, I can just change it. What was it? Take. Okay. Give me another take. Okay, I have steal, loan, timeout, collect, retrieve, capture, accumulate, uncertain capture based on conducts to complicate research. Oh wow, that's much more interesting. Uncertain capture by lawless based in conducts complicate or pressure research. A uncertain card. A uncertain steal. A uncertain steal by lawless based in conducts. Complicated pressure research. So they could steal your books. To sell them to the witches, for example. But based on conducts. An uncertain steal. So if they hit you, they might steal something. They might steal a book. But why would that pressure research? You've read it already. Okay, maybe stack is the best option. Sometimes placing... Let me just look for synonyms of stacks. Synonym for stack. A good deal. A great deal. Okay. Uncertain stack. Based on conducts to complicate research. Oh, wow. This changes everything. That changes everything. So it's not bandits, but it's thieves selling books and scrolls. See, thieves selling old, looted books and scrolls of varying and uncertain type. Selling, changing inventory of old, limited, changing inventory of old looted books and scrolls of varying type, varying types with what is offered depending on the hero's reputation with the thieves. That's it. That's it. Okay. That was a tough one. Okay, I'll do one more. Attractor, of course, it's the hardest one. Water, agility, exhaust, expansion. Intriguing list introduction to an encounter about region of weather involving unlock. Okay. An encounter about region of weather. A region of weather is somewhere where the weather's always bad, I guess. Which would be the mountains? Maybe. So an introduction to an encounter about a region of weather. An encounter about mountains. Well, I don't have mountains anymore. So region of weather is not quite sure if that makes sense. Let's just re-roll it. Why can't I? Okay. Okay, intriguing concept. Intriguing concept introduction of an encounter about people of lake involving block. Intriguing concept introduction. I mean, the concept of people of the lake is quite interesting. Oh, these could be frogmen. Intriguing concept introduction. Okay, somebody explains how they breathe underwater. No, I'm cooking. Old man, maybe. Near lakes, explaining how the frogmen are able to breathe under water. Intriguing concept introduction. Okay, this is the introduction to an encounter about people of the lake involving block. Okay, so we need to go into the lake to the frog people because of block. Because they're blocking something. Because something in the lake is blocked. But these are more in the marshes. The frog people. So let's skip the lake and say bog or marsh involving about people of the planet. Intriguing concept. Underwater and their anatomy. And then and how they, I mean, I can just tell the player that, wow, look, they live in underwater earth holes or something like that. I have no idea how the player would dive there. But that's a fun idea, I guess. Diving. Okay, let's just add it. And how they live in flooded dirt holes in the marshes. Stealing and hoarding gemstones, maybe treasures. That's enough. Old man near lakes explaining how the frogmen are able to breathe underwater and their anatomy, and how they live in flooded dirt holes in the marshes, stealing and hoarding treasures. Is that what it needs to be? Intriguing piece of knowledge compels the player to look to the world. Yep. Works for me. Okay. That's a lot of features. Okay, I'll just update the website with what I've done, which I've already forgotten. And then I'll go offline for today. Okay, I did write. That's right. I did write forum posts. New features. All right. All right. That's it from me for today. Thank you very much for watching. Andre, if you're still here, I wish you a nice evening. Hey. Yeah, sure. How do you open things in CWM? There's a hotkey, and that is, it's the meta key, which is Alt on my keyboard. Yeah, man. 5 hours, that's, I think, is a good time. So it's Alt, Shift, and /, and then I get this exec prompt that you can see. Let me hide OBS. This exec prompt, and there I can put in, for example, Firefox. Okay, it jumped way up there. Don't know why it did that. But then I just hit enter, and then I have Firefox running. And what you can do is, if you do Alt without Shift and /, then you can search your open windows. For example, I hit OBS, so I have to find it this way again. You can hide windows with Alt Enter, and you'll never find them again unless you do this. OBS, and then it's there again. So executing is Alt Shift /, or actually Alt Shift ? And then you have all your apps there. And yeah, searching is without Shift, just Alt ? Yeah, it's super simple. But the window resizing is kind of buggy, at least for me. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, but maybe I'm just bad at it. But it works for me. For what I needed to do, it works. All right, Andre, thank you for hanging in there with me for all these hours. Appreciate it. And yeah, have a good night. Bye.